some outcomes that we may wish to consider in plenary. And I'm looking forward to hear the more detailed report that the co-facilitators can provide with us to the meeting. So what I would suggest is that we would invite the co-chairs to update us on the work and then reflect upon how to move forward the outcomes to make sure that they can be taken into account when we get to the next session for our working group to finalize the proposals that we want to make to establish the panel. So I would like to take this opportunity with regard to agenda item 4 to invite contact group 1. And I see that some from Ghana has requested for the floor to provide us with an update on the deliberations on scope, functions, operating principles and conflict of interest, and some you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, dear delegates and friends, good morning. Madam Chair, I'm happy to report on the outcomes of the discussion of Contact Group 1. The group again met several times throughout the day, yesterday, Thursday, in the morning, afternoon, and evening. On the conflict of interest, the contact group made good progress in the second reading of the remaining sections of the document, namely sections B, C, and the implementation procedure from Annex A. The group shared a cooperative spirit and succeeded in cleaning some of the previously introduced brackets in the text. The group further discussed the Annex B and the conflict of interest form, COI. The resulting document was submitted as a conference room paper, CRP, document UNEP/SPP-CWP/OEWG.2/CRP4, conflict of interest policy for the panel for the consideration of the plenary. And the group agreed to request Contact Group 4 to consider the following intercession activity, which is open a call for written submissions concerning the COI form and prepare a revised COI form based on the written submissions received. The group returned to its discussion on the operating principles and continued its work to develop a draft proposal on operating principles based on INF 10, including the missing elements that were previously identified by the group, as mandated by the chair. The group took the opportunity to propose additional text or suggestions for deletions in the list of principles, and although brackets remain in the text, the group has succeeded in achieving its mandate of developing a draft proposal on operating principles. The resulting document was submitted as a conference room paper, document UNEP/SPP-CWP/OEWG.2/CRP.3, operating principles of the panel for consideration of the plenary. Madam Chair, the group also held 2 sessions dedicated to capacity building, a previously agreed function of the future panel, which remained without agreed text to further elaborate upon the function. The group was joined by representatives from the Ozone Secretariat, the BRS Secretariat, and the IPCC, and many examples of if and how capacity building was undertaken by these entities. The group was mandated by you, Madam Chair, to consider the scope and functions, including a text proposal on capacity building that complements the agreed text on function and objective of the panel. Though no consensus on the capacity building function was reached, the group has concluded its work as requested, and the conference room paper CRP document UNEP/SPP CWP/OEWG.2/CRP5 on scope, objective, and functions of the panel was submitted by the group for consideration of the plenary. The group agreed to request contact group 4 to consider the following intersection activities, which is a webinar dedicated to capacity building. Madam Chair, the group was also mandated to identify possible international work to prepare for the next session of the OEWG that could be submitted to contact group 4. The contact group has identified 2 primary activities for international work as previously mentioned. With these updates, Madam Chair, we are happy to report that the contact group has achieved all the mandates provided to it by you, Madam Chair. We would like to thank all colleagues and delegates who contributed or listened to the very thought-provoking dialogues. The group held itself to a high standard of conduct, and the meetings were conducted with a cooperative spirit throughout the week. I would like to thank my co-facilitator, Ms. Itsuki Kuroda, for her efficient and able leadership this week. Finally, I would like to thank the Secretariat for the hard work this week and during the transitional period to ensure that we could have these important discussions this week. At this juncture, Madam Chair, I would like to give the floor to my able co-facilitator, Madam Ms. Itsuki Kuroda, to provide her remarks. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to serve and for your kind attention. Suki, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you for that, and indeed I would like to hand the floor to Tsuki to add to the report of Sam, which I think was quite clear. So you have the floor, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you very much for, thank you, Sam, for being such an excellent co-facilitator throughout the week. I would like to convey a brief remark from my end. So I would like to really appreciate the colleagues who had attended Contact Group 1 for their hard work and also their most constructive and respectful intervention. And communication and mutual understanding were facilitated in the most friendly manner, and the atmosphere in the room had been very, very positive. I truly appreciate that. It meant world to me. Although some delegates may appreciate clarification on certain areas, I am confident that the common understanding was established. I'd like to say thank you again so much for the colleagues who attended in the Contact Group 1. I'd also like to appreciate the work that has been done by the Secretariat. I have requested to do the homework, not only to the colleagues, but also the Secretariat, so that I can facilitate the room in the most effective manner. Along with the other scientific panels, as well as the Convention Secretariat, were also very extremely helpful to participate in our contact group. I am very confident that this momentum will be kept and the good spirit will be transferred to the next OEWG3. And I'm looking forward to seeing the colleagues and the people involved in this session at the next session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for those updates and in particular for your hard work, not only you as facilitators, but also the group. I note that you have produced 3 papers for us to consider, which I think, given the amount of time and the work that you needed to consider, is quite an achievement. So thank you very much for that. I would then like to turn to the conference room papers that have just been introduced, which have been made available yesterday evening, on the web portal as in-session documents. So CRP 3 on operating principles, CRP 4 on conflict of interest policy for the panel, and CRP 5 on scope, objectives and functions of the panel. As you may recall, earlier this week we had agreed to the skeleton outline for the development of the proposals to establish the panel as indicated and following the content of information document 10. And I would like to ask the Secretariat if maybe for the reminder of people, this could be produced on the screen so that we have the relevant sections. Actually, I note that it is missing the preambular placeholder. So basically, what we also agreed is that the outcomes of this meeting would then populate the relevant sections that correspond with the skeleton outline that we had earlier agreed. And so, as we move along, what I would like to suggest is that when we have the considerations of the CRPs that have been submitted to this plenary, that when we agree that we can move the text of the CRP forward for consideration at the third session, we then identify which sections that we had agreed at the skeleton outline, the texts from the CRPs would populate. So that would be the system, so to speak, for or my proposal for the system on how to move forward with the conference room papers. If that's agreeable to the group, I would like to turn to the document that was introduced first by the co-facilitators, which is document UNEP/SPP-CWP-CWG.2/CRP4. And would now like to open the floor to seek your guidance on whether we can agree to populate the skeleton as we had agreed with the relevant section of this of CRP4, which corresponds with Annex 5 in the skeleton outline. If there's no request for the floor, I would conclude that we have populated Annex 5 with CRP4, and I would also suggest that once we have populated the skeleton, I will suggest that we request the Secretariat to annex this to the report so it can be translated in all languages. So this is so decided, so we have Annex 5 in the skeleton field. Let me then move forward with CRP 3 on operating principles of the panel. Similarly, I would suggest that if the document is agreed to be moved forward, we would populate from the skeleton outline section B. If there's no request for the floor, that is so decided. Let me now move to CRP 5 on scope, objective and functions of the panel, which covers section A in the skeleton outline. And I would put it to you to consider that the text of CRP 5 would populate section A in the skeleton outline. If we all agree, that is so decided. I'm sorry, Brazil, did you ask the floor before or after the gavel? Can I assume after?
It's hard to say, I believe. But
you have the floor.
Thank you very much for your kindness. No, I just wanted to, because I'm checking the CRP, and we are totally in agreement with that the CRP goes into the skeleton. We just have one question, because in the annex of the CRP 5 on scope, objective, and functions of the panel, the chapeau, it's not in brackets here, but it is in bracket in the outcome of the last meeting. So my question is, should be in brackets here as well? So it goes to the skeleton as it has been agreed upon on Bangkok. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil, for that question. I'm afraid I was not in the room when you were discussing this part of the text, so if with your agreement, I would like to turn to the co-facilitators who could enlighten us. Oh, Brazil?
Thank you very much, and I'm sorry if I was not clear. No, I'm referring to the brackets in the chapeau of this section were put in Bangkok, not here in Nairobi. So the outcome of Bangkok has this chapeau between brackets, but here in the CRP, it's not within brackets. So that's my question.
So I think if I can reformulate the question, so I can answer to the co-facilitators, is your question is basically whether or not your discussions in the contact group has led you to remove the brackets that were coming out of the meeting in Bangkok. And, right? Sorry. Brazil?
Thank you very much. Actually, we did not discuss this. So there's parts of the elements of this section that were attributed to the contact group, but we did not discuss them. And one of them was the chapeau. But anyways, we agree to the conclusion of contact group 1. We are in agreement with it, and we are in agreement with this CRP going into the skeleton. I'm just asking if, because the outcome of the last meeting has this paragraph between brackets, if the brackets are going back. But it has not been discussed in contact group 1.
Thank you. I have US asking for the floor. US, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, everyone. We thank our Brazilian colleagues for raising this because we agree, in fact, that the brackets were not discussed and therefore not lifted affirmatively. And as a general matter, because our working modalities here are spread across several meetings, I think it is important that we have a shared understanding of how we are treating each element of text. And for example, in the paragraph 81 of the report of Oewg 1.2, we had made it quite clear, for example, that there was a shared understanding that the functions themselves, with the important exception of the capacity building function, should move forward, and that there had been agreement at Oewg 1.2 that text was settled, recognizing that there's a distinction there between, a legal approach and a good practice of good faith negotiation. And so it's our understanding that under the same line of reasoning, those brackets do need to be reinstated, and that the same degree of agreement on the functions from 1.2 will also be carried forward in our understanding as we move these documents towards Oewg 1.3. We can easily just transmit the same or a slightly altered version of the text of paragraph 81 into the report of this body to carry forward that understanding as well. Thank you.
Thank you for that, United States. So having listened, and if I look at the co-facilitators, to confirm that there had been no discussion on the chapeau, and I see Japan, Tsuki, you would like to clarify. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Also, thank you very much for the colleagues from the US by taking the floor before me, and she might have already explained the ground that we discussed on this matter at yesterday's contact group 1. I received a request for the clarification on the section A while we are discussing while we are closing the session. And the same question has been raised by the Brazilian colleagues, and I offered our view, which was supported by many in the group, that indeed, INF10 document that we used as the basis of discussion, the starting point of the discussion, was an open document so that we can discuss. However, the certain area that had came to an agreement in a previous session in Bangkok was not meant to be opened for the discussion. And the reason behind the bracket that we had at the beginning of this preamble is that since we have not yet discussed on capacity building, although it was agreed to be added as the fifth function. With that understanding, as Japan, we also have the same view on this understanding on this document, as the US colleague has also clarified. However, I am talking as a co-facilitator in a much fair point of view. And as I said previously, this view has been shared by many, and I am in your hand how you would like to proceed with this understanding. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much, and thank you, Brazil, for raising this question. So my understanding is that you left the meeting in Bangkok with a text that was the starting point for the further discussions in this meeting, and that you left Bangkok with a formulation on the objective of the panel in brackets, that you also had a shared understanding that based on what you had captured in the report, I think it was para 80 or somewhere para 80 in the report, could be a basis for you to come back to that. I also understand that you left Bangkok with the understanding, the agreement on the functions that you had agreed in the resolution, and that you also agreed to add an additional function, capacity building, while you had further discussions on how to describe that capacity building function. So you agreed in Bangkok on 4 functions as they were described, but an additional function that yet needs to be described. So my understanding, and maybe as a more general point of view, it would be really helpful if we can capture as good as possible in the documentation the progress that we have made, but also that in moving forward, we try to stick as much as possible to the agreements that we have reached, not only for us to be able to move forward, but also to allow us to have an understanding and also do not come back on agreements that we have tentatively reached, not to disturb the progress. I think this is a common practice in United Nations negotiation processes. But I do realize that, as indicated and confirmed by the co-facilitator, the chapeau had not been discussed, and you left Bangkok with brackets around that text. So my suggestion is for us to move forward, is to reinstate the brackets around the chapeau in the document in front of us. And maybe, I don't think it is necessary to do this on the screen, but I will ask the Secretariat to post a revised version of this document, CRP Rev 1, including the brackets that you had as the starting point of your work, and that if there's no further comments, that we use CRP 5, Rev 1, to populate Section A in the skeleton outline. And then I assume that Brazil asked for the floor before I gavelled. And if there's no further request for the floor, then this is so decided. So thank you very much for that, and that finishes the work of Contact Group 1 in addressing agenda item 4. Just to continue now to Contact Group 2 to provide us with an update of the work that they have done, and I'm looking to see whether I can invite either Judith or Sophia to provide us with an update, and I see Sophia from Sweden. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, colleagues. The contact group met on Thursday, yesterday in the afternoon, over two sessions. In its first session, the group worked through the remaining parts on Section C in INF 10, namely the parts on the strategic partnerships, and amendments were inserted in that section. Then, in agreement with the mandate of the group identified elements for possible intersessional work for the next session of the Open and the Working Group, and to further submit these to Contact Group 4. The group agreed to give the Secretariat the mandate to develop text for the Annexes 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 of INF 10, and also to develop an INF on financial arrangement for consideration by the open-ended working group 3. In our second session, the group revisit the section C and D of INF 10 that has resulted from the 7 meetings of the contact group 2. And the aim was to propose any missing text in these parts. The group concluded then that they have delivered on all the mandate given by the plenary, and the co-facilitators proposed to transform the deliberation into a CRP for further consideration by the plenary today. The CRP was uploaded on the website as CRP2 with the document number UNEP/SPP-CWP/OEVG.2/CRP2. Also, as agreed by the group, the Secretariat was asked to do editorial changes following the upload. And I would like to highlight that they, in that review, should take into account that the paragraph 6D bis under the function of the plenary should also be bracketed. Finally, Judith and I would like to extend our sincere thanks to all of you for the active and engaging discussions during these past days. It has been a pleasure working together. Once again, thank you.
Thank you also for your update. I don't know if your co-facilitator, Judith from Uruguay, may wish to add, or if not, I would like to also congratulate the group for the work that you have been doing. I think it is not an easy task to build an institution from scratch. At the same time, we are not building it from scratch. There's a lot of examples that we can build from and that we can take into account to lay the right foundations. And I think you have done quite a bit of work to have the key components in place for the panel that we wish to establish. I also heard that the co-facilitators proposed that there needs to be made a change in the documentation. I would come back to that in a minute, but I would really like to thank you and the co-facilitators for the good work done in your group. Noting that the co-facilitators highlighted that section, that paragraph 6D bis should be bracketed. I would also like to suggest that we entrust the Secretariat to make this change, but also to post a revised version of the CRP, including this change, so that if we populate the skeleton outline, we do this with CRP to Rev 1, including the brackets in paragraph 6D bis. And then I put it to you whether we can agree then that CRP2 would populate the section C D as well as annexes, the corresponding annexes, 1, Annex 2, Annex 3, and Annex 4. Noting that we have in fact already populated Annex 5 with the conflict of interest policy conference room paper that was moved forward to us by Contact Group 1. So if that is the common understanding, we move this CRP into sections C and D and the annexes 1 to 4. If that is agreeable to you, then that is so decided. Let me then move to Contact Group 3 that I understand had in the both within the context of the discussions in Contact Group 2 as well as within their own space, further consideration of the work-related procedures and work-related processes. And I would like to invite the co-facilitators of that contact group also to provide us with an update on the work they had been able to do. And I see that Katka from Czech Republic is asking for the floor. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and allow me to provide you with a summary of our discussions held in Contact Group 3. Unfortunately, due to time constraints, our group wasn't in position to prepare a CRP, so please allow me to deliver this summary and bear with us so that it is a little bit lengthy. But the full version of the summary will be posted on the Oewg 2 website shortly. So our contact group met for 2 sessions yesterday on 14th of December, and we discussed and held initial exchange of views on work-related processes and procedures as outlined in INF 10 Annexes 3 and 4, and also on procedure for receiving and prioritizing requests put to the panel, considering in document INF 10 at 2. We also invited the Secretariat of Science Policy Panel Open-Ended Working Group to present us a draft flow chart illustrating the steps and process for development of a larger assessment output. And that allowed us to further exchange views on process for review and adoption of deliverables. We also held and provided a brief summary of informal discussions on deliverables of the panel that we've discussed in the context on informal discussion of Contact Group 2 on 13th December. And we exchanged views that the deliverables that panel prepares need to be flexible, not prescriptive, and to be determined by the panel according to identified needs. And again, the Contact Group 3 heard that the deliverables may include but not be limited to reports, assessment, capacity building activities, and others as need be. Regarding the review and adoption of deliverables, the Contact Group 3 discussed really the skeletal outline within the Annex 4 of document INF 10. And there was a recognition that these processes really may depend on types of deliverables being considered, and that not all steps outlined in the skeleton may be relevant for all types of deliverables. We also exchanged views that the workflow chart produced by the Secretariat was helpful, but it was agreed that it would be more appropriate for deliverables that relate to reports and assessments and less for deliverables under other functions such as capacity building, but it did illustrate well all individual stages of the full workflow. In the ensuing discussions, there were questions about the timelines related to preparation of different deliverables, especially considering the number of times the workflow would require plenary sessions. And in conducting the workflow, the Secretariat proposed that the review process for adoption of deliverables may be administered by the Secretariat under the guidance of the Interdisciplinary Expert Committee. Further, discussion on review and adoption of deliverables, there were exchanged views and there were calls for the procedure that we will put in place to be transparent, as well as ensuring alignment with IPBS and IPCC practices, which may allow for joint activities across different science policy interfaces, and that both governments and scientists be involved in the initial review of deliverables. The group also emphasized that the review process needs to be kept simple but rigorous to ensure participation as well as credibility while avoiding overburdening of experts. And the contact groups further had views that governments should be included in all stages of the workflow and the need for a capacity building function to ensure uptake of outcomes of the work program at all levels. The group wished that the additional flow charts be developed for other potential deliverables, reflecting the current institutional arrangements as discussed in the contact group 2, but including also expected timeline to cover preparation and endorsement to allow for our further discussions at our next session at the OEWG 3. In this regard, we also expressed the need for a rolling program of work that was brought up as a means to ensure flexibility. Finally, some participants noted that the endorsement of experts should not lie with the governing body of the panel, who should, however, endorse the terms of reference. And regarding the intersessional work and preparation of the text, there was agreement that the outline of the Annex 4 in Infant Documentation, Document 10, and diagram provided by the Secretariat present a basis for further discussion at our next session. Regarding the more detailed instructions, there were exchange held, especially regarding the paragraph 2, where the group expressed a desire to have the items listed in line with the UNEA Resolution 5/8, reflecting the wording therein, and that subsections currently listed in Roman letters under 4.2 are closely interlinked with other discussions with contact groups 1 and 2, and that a draft text produced by the Secretariat intersessionally will need to take this into account. Nevertheless, we, in moving forward, the contact group 3 really decided to give the Secretariat flexibility to see how best to address these requests. There were also some additions then on paragraph 3 on procedures for clearance and panel deliverables, and on item 7, the relevant text may be also drawn from experience available under IPBS and IPPC for us to work well. Further, on identification of experts that we discussed, we also said that the expertise would depend on the deliverables determined by the program of work, and there was divergence on the extent to which experts may be defined by stakeholders or non-governmental organizations, or whether nominations should be limited to government members of the panel, and we were not able to deliver further on that. And we also had a helpful intervention by the Secretariat of the Basel, Rotterdam and Stockholm Conventions on the procedures of identification of experts in their setting. Nevertheless, on the type of expertise required, there was a consensus on the need of interdisciplinary expertise across environmental, health and social scientists, and a number of specific proposals of types of expertise required were made. It was also raised that the panel would require expertise from academia, policy and industry with robust and transparent conflict of interest procedures. And of course, further work needs to be done. Finally, Madam Chair, we also had a quick exchange of view on determining the work program and also on the procedures for prioritizing requests as outlined in the document INF 10 at 2. And we, of course, didn't have enough time to consider it fully, but with the contact group exchange of views and that there was a consensus that language in paragraph 6 of document 10 at 2 for the moment need to be simplified and be more flexible because in view of many it really represented a barrier for potential submissions and they could be lost due to limitations, limiting requirements and we also wanted to emphasize to ensure inclusivity. And there was a recommendation to use IP-based list forum as a starting point. Finally, there were some requests for clarifications and instructions given to the Secretariat on how to populate the Annex 3 of the skeleton outline. And there are some clarification requests, but due to time constraints, we really couldn't provide more further views and clarifications on how to move on for the next section, but there was a desire to have clearly a text developed for a further discussion on the procedure of determining the work program to be developed and made available to us before open-ended working group 3. And we also brought these results to the discussion under the contact group 4, which continued after us. And therefore our request, I believe, will be also shown by the report of the next contact group. In closing, Madam Chair, let me thank sincerely my co-facilitator, Mola Boheng Julie Petlane from Lesotho, from her collaboration, and also to all participants in contact group 3 for their active participation and collaborative spirit. I thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Katka, and I would also like to thank Juliet from Lesotho, who had been co-facilitating the discussions in this group that, in my understanding and also hearing the feedback, had been very rich as well as informative. In particular, for the Secretariat, related to the requests that we may ask them to prepare draft text for us to consider in our next session. And also I noted that the spirit in the room was very engaged, constructive, and I think you also managed to identify where the linkages are, and I think that is also important. So thank you for that, thank you for the hard work. I note that the feedback from the exchange in the contact group, since it could be informative while it is posted on the website under the in-session document, I may put it to the group to consider whether we can add the report of the co-facilitators from the exchange in this contact group to the report of the meeting, so it can be taken into account by the Secretariat when they are preparing for their for the requests that we may agree in the context of contact group 4. If there is no request for the floor, I conclude that the report of the co-facilitators can be annexed to the report of our meeting. That is so decided. So now that concludes the feedback under agenda item 4, where we have just agreed that we populate the skeleton outline that we agreed during the beginning of the meeting. And we have now texts for, well, as I said in the beginning, the preamble remains a placeholder. We have populated the text for sections A, B, C, D, as well as the annexes 1 to 5. And I would now put it to the working group that we can request the Secretariat to annex the populated text to the report of the meeting, as well as to make the compiled document available as one of the working documents for the third session of the open-ended working group. If there's no request for the floor, then that is so decided. I would then turn to agenda item 5 and invite one of the co-facilitators, maybe because not all of us were in the room yesterday evening. I have to inform you of a change in co-facilitators that we agreed upon for contact group 4. When we scheduled for this session, we noted that unfortunately there's something flying around in this room that struck both co-facilitators that we had requested to work with us in contact group 4. So we had identified Mr. Premisol, I think Stepanek from Czech Republic to step in together with me as the chair, acting as your co-facilitator in contact group 4, to facilitate the exchange on intersessional work as well as on the budget. And I would like to invite Premisol to update us on the work that we had done in contact group 4. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, colleagues. Yes, indeed, the contact group number 4 on intersessional work and budget met yesterday from 8:30 p.m. to 11:20 p.m. We looked at the overview of requests for the intersessional work made by the other contact groups, and we have updated this overview, also benefiting from the presence of some co-facilitators from the other contact groups. Then we went through, in the first reading, we went through the paper containing the instructions to the Secretariat on what the Secretariat will prepare in the intersessional period. We also started the second reading, and we managed to clean up the text except for 3 outstanding paragraphs that are, of course, still outstanding, open, and actually yesterday these were the paragraphs B, C, and E. Now they are renumbered to 3, 4, and 6. And those paragraphs still need to be finalized today. The Secretariat uploaded the updated version on the website. As for the other part of the mandate of the contact group number 4, the budget, yesterday we just recalled that there had been an informal meeting on budget-related matters on Monday already, facilitated by Professor Lee, where questions have been clarified at that time already. As for today, the idea is to confirm in the contact group 4 that the group wishes to forward the budget document number 7/1 for endorsement by the plenary. The co-facilitators thank the participants for their constructive engagement in the meeting of the contact group, and we also thank the Secretariat for its great support during the meeting. So to sum up, we would need to reconvene for the last time in the group 4 to finalize the issues. Thank you.
Thank you for that update, and indeed, I think we made some progress, and I think there's a couple of issues that need further ironing out. I guess that having a first meeting of a contact group at that late hour is also not helpful to make the progress you want in the time slot you have. However, noting that I think we have quite made some progress, so I do recognize that we will be able to find a time slot after adjournment of this plenary session for the contact group to further consider and come back to us with hopefully an agreed task for the Secretariat and indirectly for ourselves to prepare us for the third session. So I have heard you, and I would like to suggest that we provide further time to the contact group to finalize its work and report back to us once we get back in plenary. And I will discuss briefly with the Secretariat what is the best timing and place for that. I think that I possibly should have said that agenda item 4 is now closed, but we keep agenda item 5 open for us to come back to. And as we have closed agenda item 6, I suggest we use this plenary time efficiently, so that we can go to agenda item 7, which is other matters, for me to establish if there's any other matter that we may need to discuss. If there is no request for the floor, I would like to close this agenda item, recognizing that there were no other matters for us to discuss. So that leaves us now with only agenda item 5 to finalize the discussion around budget and intercessional work, as well as the adoption of the report. Let me come back, give us a few seconds, maybe a bit more, to consider and provide you with the timing of our sessions for the remainder of the day. So I suspend the meeting for a little while, and then I come back with a proposed way forward. So thank you for waiting. What we would like to suggest is that contact group 4 would meet from 12:30 to 1:30 to finalize its work, and that we, given the fact that the outcome of contact group 4 would need to be developed into, there's a little bit of time to put it into a CRP that can then be uploaded on the portal. So to allow for that to happen and give members a bit of time to have a look at it, as well as to have a look at the report for the meeting, which I think has been uploaded on the portal for a while now. I suggest that we resume plenary at 3 sharp. So maybe you mentally think 12:45. So if there's no further request for the floor, I would adjourn this session, and then we will have contact group 4 in room 4 from 12:30 to 1:30, and we come back in plenary at 3. The meeting is adjourned.
哦，这个好。举个锤儿，再来一个。好。哎呦，这个大屏幕都已经出来了。嗯啊。 Yeah. Thank you.
Check one, two, three. Mic check, 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Mic check, 1, 2. Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Check 1, 2. Mic check.
So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm asking you to get seated so we can start the resumption of our plenary in 10 seconds. Thank you very much. And again, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates. I would now call to order the second session of the ad hoc open-ended working group on a science policy panel to contribute further to the sound management of chemicals and waste and to prevent pollution. As we adjourned the session this morning, we left the plenary with some further work to be done by contact group 4, who would consider intersessional work and budget. And I would like to invite the co-facilitator, Přemysl Stepanek from Czech Republic to provide us with an update of the work that the contact group produced. So, Přemysl, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much, and good afternoon, colleagues. Indeed, I'd like to report on the on the outcomes of the contact group 4 on intersessional work and budget, also on behalf of my co-facilitator, Rudy Alkemade. And the contact group 4 met from 1:30 p.m. to 3:30 p.m. and we successfully completed the preparation of the paper providing instructions to the Secretariat on the intersessional work. This paper has been transformed to a CRP. Now it's being submitted to the plenary. Also on the second topic of our contact group, the budget, the contact group also agreed to send the budget document prepared by the Secretariat, the documents 701 to the plenary for endorsement. So I can say that the work of the contact group, as given by the mandate from the plenary, was successfully completed. And before I conclude my reporting back to the plenary, let me make a remark to one, I would say, key or important issue that would, it's a lesson learned for future perhaps as well. During our discussions in the contact group, we had several, comprehensive and very interesting discussions on several paragraphs, but I would take the paragraph 6 related to the conflict of interest matters. And of course, generally speaking, this is one example of one topic that was addressed in more than one contact group. And for the sake of compromise, we have to conclude on this issue in our contact group 4 that may, sort of in a certain way a bit alter what was perceived in the contact group 1. I would take this as an example that for future, I think just to perhaps enhance the coherence between the work, among the work of different contact groups, it's very important to have this in mind, the issue of coherence, and to make sure, I think it's in the interest of every participating UN member state, as well as of the bodies of any process, to make sure that there is the coherence maintained and enhanced between and among the different work streamlines. Personally, seen from my perspective, and you know me, I've been participating in many multilateral undertakings. I know that it's inevitable at any international meeting to establish, different contact groups. So basically, this needs really to be carefully monitored at every international meeting we are, participating, and it's very important lesson learned for future, that we should really try our best to promote the coherence between the different segments, and not to perhaps allow that the outcomes in one group alter the outcomes in another group in a way that could be that could have potential impacts on this coherence. So this was my reflection on the proceedings in our group, and at the end of my remarks, I like very much to thank all the participants for their constructive engagement in the contact group. I very much like to work with our secretariat colleagues. They were providing excellent support to both co-facilitators, and of course, last but not least, I'd like to thank my co-facilitator, our beloved chair, Judy Alkemade, for her great, collaboration in this contact group. So I think that concludes my remarks on this. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Thank you very much for your report, and I'm really very happy that you managed to use maybe a little bit more time than I had dedicated to you, but that you managed to fulfill your mandate. And I have heard your reflections. I think we may all have had similar reflections. So in going forward, I think our lives may also be a little bit, more complicated on the one hand, but also more easy on the other hand. Now we have a document going into the third session to consider that brings all the elements together so that everybody can see the interlinkages. So, but I've heard, and I'm quite sure that with the Bureau and the Secretariat in moving forward in facilitating a process that helps you to make a sufficient use of your time to get to the proposals that you need to develop, we will be able to provide that guidance, and we keep this indeed in mind as a lesson learned for the future. But having heard the report, my understanding is that you have concluded that you would recommend to the plenary for endorsement the budget as it is reflected in document 2/7 Rev 1. and that you also have concluded your work on intersessional work, which is reflected in CRP. Now I have to confirm the number. In CRP 6, that, as I understand, has been uploaded on the web portal. In moving forward, I would like to suggest the following. Can I take it that the ad hoc open-ended working group can endorse the budget as it is reflected in document 2/7 Rev 1? If I see no objections, that is so decided. Then I could give a couple of minutes for you to look at the documents reflected in CRP 6. So I suggest we give 5 minutes for you to consider what is uploaded on the system so that we can be sure that everybody has been able to have a look at it before I suggest that on how to move forward. So I give you 5 minutes, and the meeting is suspended for 5 minutes. Thank you. Let's resume the meeting. I hope that everyone has been able to have a look at it as it is presented at the web document. So we are looking at CRP 6. Can I take it that we can request the Secretariat to make the preparations for intersessional work as reflected in CRP 6 and include the CRP as an annex to the report? If I see no objections, then this is so decided. So that concludes the work that we are doing under agenda item 5. So now let's continue and move to agenda item 8, adoption of the report of the session. A draft meeting report has been made available online in all languages on the meeting portal, referred to as document UNEP/SPP-CWP/OEWG.2/L1, consistent with standard United Nations practice. This report will also be provisionally adopted and then finalized by the rapporteur in cooperation with the Secretariat. I would now give the floor to the rapporteur, Mr. Cyrus Mageria of Kenya, to introduce the draft report. Cyrus, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have the honor to introduce the draft report of the second session of the Ad hoc Aided Working Group, OEWG2, on the Science Policy Panel to contribute further to the sound management of chemicals and wastes and to prevent pollution as outlined in the document UNEP/SPP-CWP/OEWG2/R1. As per established practice, the draft report contains information on the organization and outcomes of our sessions and will be updated to reflect the deliberations held in the plenary and its meeting on the 3rd, 4th, and 5th day of the session under the following chapters. Chapter 1, opening of the session. Chapter 2, election of the officers. Chapter 3, adoption of the agenda and the organization matters. Under that, we have adoption of the agenda, and B, we have the organization matters. Chapter 4, preparation of proposals for the establishment of the science policy panel. Chapter 5, options for the timetable and the organization of the future work of the ad hoc Aided Working Group. Chapter 6, provisional agenda for the 3rd session. Chapter 7, other matters. Chapter 8, adoption of the reports of the session. And Chapter 9, closure of the session. Notably, with regards to agenda item number 4 and to 6, the reports will include the outcomes of the work undertaken in the 4 contact groups established for this meeting in the form of annexes that captures the content of the conference outcome of the conference room papers number 2 to number 6 in accordance with the decisions made by the open-ended working group at the 7th and the 8th plenary session held on 15th December 2023. I wish to indicate to Member States that this report is provisional as it does not yet contain the full proceedings, including the summaries of the statements that were made today. The summaries will be included in the final proceeding of the report that will be finalized by the rapporteur. Once finalized, it will be made available in all the official languages for the closure of the session. Dear delegates, that concludes my introduction. I have now the honor to submit to the OEWG the draft report for its adoption. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much to the rapporteur for his report to the plenary. And may I then take it that the ad hoc open-ended working group wishes to adopt the draft report as contained in document UNEP/SPP-CWP/OEWG.2/L1, and that we can authorize the rapporteur to finalize the report in conformity with the practices of the United Nations. If that is the case, it is so decided. Thank you very much. I see Spain asking for the floor. Is Spain, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sorry to be so late to just further comment a couple of details that maybe in this occasion we could fix it. And it is in paragraph 36. It is something that when it says on behalf of the European Union, it should be added on behalf of the European Union and its member states. Okay. And the last one is on paragraph 79, on the fourth line, when it mentions European Commission, it should be said European Union. Thank you very much. That's all.
Thank you very much. I'm quite sure that the rapporteur and the secretariat have heard you, and I think indeed it's always complicated how to refer to the EU, and so I think it is important to have that well captured in the report. So I would like to suggest that we entrust the rapporteur to make sure that your comments will be reflected in consultation with the Secretariat when they are finalizing the report. I see no objection. That is so decided. So we have now adopted provisionally the report, and we leave it to the rapporteur to make sure that the report gets finalized. Dear colleagues, in fact, this brings us to the last part of our meeting. Only thing to leave is to close our session, but before we do that, I would like to see if there's any regional or political group that may wish to make a statement. And I see that Romania asks for the floor. Romania, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Madam Chair, Member States delegates, observers, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the countries of the EEG, I would like to thank the Secretariat, Bureau members and UNEP for organizing this meeting. We would like to thank the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan for its commitment to host this meeting, and the government and people of Kenya for providing this venue. We highly appreciate the work done by OWG during this meeting. It's another important step to establish a science policy panel, an ambitious instrument to improve chemicals and waste management, pollution prevention, and environmental protection. Although institutional arrangement, operating principles, and conflict of interests were challenging to debate, we now have a better idea of how we envision the future instrument structure. Despite not having a complete document without brackets, we believe we have succeeded in producing a draft of the future instrument that will benefit people's health, the environment, and must be done to obtain the final result that satisfy us all. Thus, we expect that the instrument, the intersessional period, will bring us opportunities to get closer to that, and the next OEWG meeting will be another milestone in our work in this forum. We thank you, Madam Chair, for your leadership that moved this process forward. We appreciate your efforts. Last but not least, we want to thank the interpreters for their hard work during this week. The Eastern European Group pledges to actively participate in further discussions and also look forward to a fruitful collaboration. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Romania, on behalf of the Eastern European Group states. I now have the European Union. You have the floor.
Thank you. Madam Chair, distinguished delegates, the EU and its member states would like to express our appreciation for your constructive guidance, Madam Chair, and for the preparatory work done by the Bureau and the Secretariat in the run-up to the meeting. Our gratitude goes also to the very efficient teams of co-facilitators who successfully led discussions on many important aspects for the establishment of the Science Policy Panel, and to all of the participants for their active and constructive engagement in discussions which made us progress on many important elements. We agreed at UNEA to establish a Science Policy Panel to contribute further to sound management of chemicals and waste and to prevent pollution by 2024. There is currently an important gap in the global science policy landscape that addresses the triple planetary crisis of climate change, biodiversity loss and pollution. While we already have panels for climate change and biodiversity loss, the third panel is still to be created. This science policy panel will fill the gap. The EU and its member states are committed to this objective. With the latest scientific studies pointing at an estimated 9 million premature deaths and cost trillions of dollars every year from air, water and soil pollution, the whole world is looking at us to address this missing link to address chemicals, waste and pollution. This stresses the importance to finalize our work at the next open-ended working group, building on the advancements of this session. But first, it is our responsibility to move forward in the intersessional period to ensure progress towards our ambitious goal. It is essential that we continue our good work in a spirit of close cooperation, good faith and trust. We look forward to doing this work with you. In this way, we will be able to make a significant contribution to the global efforts to effectively address triple planetary crisis, achieve the SDGs, protect the environment and human health for the benefit of current and future generations. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your statement, EU. I now have on my list Nigeria, but just to make a clarification, I also have a couple of NGO groups that requested for the floor, but as we had agreed in the beginning of plenary, I will take first the statements of member states. So Nigeria, I assume you will be speaking on behalf of the African group states, so you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am delivering this speech on behalf of the African region. First of all, we would like to thank you, Madam Chair, for helping us navigate through the crucial stage of this process aimed at establishing a science policy panel on chemicals, waste, and pollution prevention. We would also like to thank the Jordanian government for making this meeting a success and the Kenyan government for its support. We appreciate all the arrangements that went into enabling the participation of delegates from low and middle income countries and the Secretariat for the excellent organization of the meeting. We would also like to thank the co-facilitators of the various contact groups for delivering on the mandate assigned to them. Madam Chair, we have reached the end of another crucial milestone in our collective effort to deliver on the mandate assigned to us by the Union Resolution 5/8 on establishing the Science Policy Panel. We began with a skeleton document, which has now been fleshed up into becoming a draft proposal. We want to say congratulations to all delegates on this achievement. Distinguished delegates, we, however, still have more work to do to finalize the proposal as we head towards the intergovernmental meeting. To continue the momentum of the work we have achieved this week, we support robust intersectional work that is inclusive of all African countries to deliberate on the outstanding issues and documents. Among the crucial issues that need to be addressed between now and Oewg 3 are the issue of capacity building, conflict of interest, financial issues, and the institutional arrangement for the new panel and its operationalization. In this regard, the African region anticipates more work in the intersection on the issue of capacity building as reflected in the report of Oewg 1.2, documents UNEP/SPP/CWP/Oewg 1/7 Annex 2 to add capacity building as the fifth functions of the panel. Consequently, we would like to emphasize the need for regional preparatory sessions in advance of the Oewg 3 intersessionally to articulate and refine our ideas. We encourage interregional and multi-stakeholder consultations to further narrow differences and create common understanding on the features and functions of the new panel. We urge for the facilitation of equitable participation of all African countries, inclusive of all low and middle income countries, in the intersessional period, including language translation services. As I conclude, Madam Chair, we hope that the current session of the Oewg has laid a good foundation for future work and will enable us to draw the roadmap on an efficient and operational panel. Finally, I wish all safe journeys and look forward to see you at Oewg 3. Till then, we wish you all the best for the festive season and a happy new year. Thank you, Madam President. Madam Chair, sorry.
Thank you very much. I think that if I switch to French, I think it would be the same. Thank you very much for your statement. I now have China asking for the floor to speak on behalf of the Asia and Pacific Group. China, you have the floor.
Madam Chair, Excellency and distinguished colleagues, I would like to deliver a statement on behalf of the Asia Pacific Group. The Asia Pacific Group would like to thank the government and the people of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan for hosting the second session of the Open-Ended Working Group. We would also like to thank the government of Kenya and the UNEP for the work undertaken to organize this meeting. Our group also appreciates the Secretariat for its hard work for all the documents prepared and the support of this meeting. The Asia Pacific Group actively contributes in the discussions throughout the week. The region benefits a lot from the excellent collaboration and coordination among us. With respect to future meeting and intersessional work, given the ongoing discussion and preparation for numerous pertinent working documents, the Asia Pacific Group advocates for a thoughtful approach to ensure ample time and opportunity for representatives to develop into the discussion surrounding the drafted document. Moreover, numerous countries in the Asia-Pacific region belong to the group of developing nations, and acknowledging the significance of capacity building. This involves the provision for financial resources, technical assistance, and the transfer of technology to aid these countries in fulfilling the mandate of the Science Policy Panel to contribute further to the sound management of chemicals and waste to prevent pollution. Furthermore, the Asia-Pacific Group wishes to emphasize the significance of ensuring gender and regional balance in the representation and participation of scientists and other pertinent stakeholders in the for coming activities of the Science Policy Panel. The Asia-Pacific Group appreciates Switzerland for offering to host the third OEWG meeting. In summary, Asia-Pacific Group reaffirmed its dedication to actively participate in the discussion, anticipating productive, collaborative efforts in the tasks that lie ahead. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that statement, China. I now have a request from Argentina on behalf of GRULAC. Argentina, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias, señora presidenta. El Grupo de América Latina y el Caribe, GRULAC, agradece al Gobierno del Reino Hashemita de Jordania y al Gobierno de la República de Kenia por la organización y el cálido recibimiento en Nairobi. En ese sentido, también agradecemos y destacamos el liderazgo de usted, señora Presidente, durante la presente reunión. El GRULAC aplaude el progreso realizado en los grupos de contacto y el espíritu general de cooperación que se demostró a lo largo del proceso de negociación. Reconocemos la excelente labor de los cofacilitadores de dichos grupos de contacto por lograr captar las visiones de las delegaciones en los temas de trabajo durante esta semana. Como mencionamos en nuestra intervención al inicio de esta reunión, el GRULAC está convencido de que la eficacia del SPP dependerá de su capacidad para integrar a personas e instituciones de los países en desarrollo, ya que estos países son los que afrontan los mayores desafíos a la hora de abordar la contaminación por sustancias químicas y residuos. En ese marco, el GRULAC está convencido que el desarrollo de capacidades es un elemento transversal que complementa el trabajo de todo el panel y es fundamental para asegurar la implementación exitosa de su trabajo. Por esta razón, recibimos con satisfacción el acuerdo alcanzado sobre la necesidad de que el SPP cuente con una función independiente de desarrollo de capacidades. Reiteramos que, entre otras cosas, la creación de capacidades debe ser integral y tener en cuenta las necesidades específicas de los países en desarrollo y contribuir al fortalecimiento de sus capacidades nacionales y regionales, incluida la elaboración de evaluaciones nacionales, subregionales y regionales. Por lo tanto, estamos convencidos de que es esencial que esta función quede plasmada en todos los diversos aspectos del futuro panel. En ese sentido, consideramos que la inclusión del fortalecimiento de las capacidades como función íntegra del panel y como principio operativo es de vital importancia para que los países del sur global puedan participar de manera inclusiva en el panel, así como implementar las recomendaciones que emanen del mismo. Solo si se consideran la amplia variedad de realidades locales y regionales en los análisis científicos, se logrará tener un panel que dé soluciones efectivas e implementables a los problemas que enfrentamos. En ese orden, el fortalecimiento de las capacidades se presenta como un elemento trascendental para garantizar la efectividad del SPP. Adicionalmente, nuestra región reitera la necesidad de contar con una sección de principios operativos robusta que dé cuenta de la protección de los derechos humanos como principio rector de los trabajos del panel científico y normativo, el reconocimiento del derecho humano a un medio ambiente sano, saludable y sostenible, el enfoque de igualdad de género y que se otorgue prioridad a la equidad intergeneracional, además de que se reconozca y considere de manera eficiente el conocimiento de los pueblos indígenas y los sistemas de conocimientos locales. También consideramos de suma importancia que el panel cuente con el apoyo de sólidos arreglos financieros para que garanticen su sostenibilidad y eficacia. El GRULAC desea subrayar la importancia de adherirse a las normas de procedimiento del Grupo de Trabajo de Composición Abierta a fin de que podamos participar de manera más eficiente y eficaz en las cuestiones de fondo. Por dicha razón, reconocemos la importancia de cumplir nuestro mandato estipulado por la Resolución 5.8 de la UNEA. En esa línea, estamos dispuestos a continuar con el trabajo entre sesiones para seguir avanzando en cuestiones críticas para el éxito del establecimiento del panel y aprovechamos para expresar nuestra necesidad de continuar con el trabajo en reuniones regionales previas a la próxima reunión del Grupo de Trabajo de Composición Abierta. Estas reuniones tienen un valor agregado y han, por lo tanto, demostrado ser esenciales para una participación efectiva en todas las reuniones del Grupo de Trabajo. Por último, hacemos un llamado a fin de que estas deliberaciones no se pierdan ni durante el trabajo entre sesiones ni durante las las negociaciones de la tercera sesión de este grupo de trabajo, de tal manera que las próximas negociaciones no comiencen desde cero. Muchas gracias.
Thank you for that, Argentina, on behalf of GRULAC. I now have requests from two stakeholder groups. I have requests from ILO accredited stakeholders. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm Penny Vlahos, an academic scientist. On behalf of the major groups and stakeholders, we would like to thank you and the Secretariat for coordination and efforts, and the member states for their thoughtful, collaborative, and hard work this week. Though the groups may have individual closing statements, we make this collective statement to emphasize 5 key points that are essential to set up a successful, inclusive, and collaborative future science policy panel for your reflection as we move forward. These include 1, diligent conflict of interest policies and design for regular evaluations of conflict of interest. 2, a human rights-based approach by recognizing the right to clean, healthy, and sustainable environment as a fundamental operating principle. 3, the precautionary approach as a fundamental operating principle. 4, an inclusive process through transparent and fully open calls for experts. And 5, a timely delivery of materials for Oewg 3 of at least 42 days in accordance with UNEA rules to allow better preparation and facilitate efficiency at Oewg 3. We look forward to a very productive intersessional work period and a successful Oewg 3. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think it was on behalf of all the major group and stakeholders. I now have on my list the women major group. You have the floor.
Thank you for the Thank you for the floor. My name is Fatou. I'm speaking on behalf of Women Major Group. We welcome the efforts made during the OEW2 to achieve a general document road to OEW3. We need a comprehensive intervention plan aimed at enhancing inclusivity, overcoming discrimination, and promoting public engagement with your UNEP Science Policy Panel. Recognizing the importance of diverse perspectives and equal representation in shaping global environment policies, we seek to urge a more inclusive and transparent decision-making process. About institutional arrangement, we wish to note that the effect of exposure to chemicals have different effects depending on territories and human group. Participation of scientific experts coming from group in vulnerable situations such as women, youth, indigenous people, citizen science, and other stakeholders from the global south and the global north is fundamental to bring to the panel a diversity of experience and views. This will ensure a holistic representation of the panel with the ability and the tool to have concrete proposals adapted to different realities and effects of chemical and waste pollution. Therefore, we encourage the participation of affiliated NGO participants. As regards the fundamental of the panel work, we wish to stress that in order to achieve gender-responsive results as a basis of gender-responsive decision, we need the panel to be able to work with, as one of these results, gender-discredited gender data, capturing health and safety information. Finally, we would like to underline the importance of transparency of product information to promote informed decision in the selection complemented by government enforced policies and good manufacturing practice by industry in achieving the overall aim to prioritize well-being over profit, making human and ecosystem health a universal priority. Thank you very much. We look forward to engaging further with you as we move forward to establish this panel, which is crucial to ensure the health of people and planet. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Women Major Group. Last on my list is now Children and Youth Major Group. You have the floor.
distinguished delegates. My name is Oewg, and I speak on behalf of the Children and Youth Major Group. We express our gratitude to all the participants of the second session of the open-ended working group for their dedication, collaboration, and contributions. We look forward to maintaining this positive momentum in the upcoming intersessional work and during the third session. We emphasize the importance to focus on capacity building and strengthening the science policy interface at various levels. This involves the active and inclusive participation of scientists in panel assessments with a focus on effectiveness, geographical and regional balance, gender responsiveness, and youth inclusion. Additionally, we underscore prioritizing capacity building efforts for communities in vulnerable situations, specifically addressing the intersectional factors that contribute to their vulnerability. In our unwavering commitment to establish a science policy panel that places a high priority on the rights and merits of diverse groups, we request that the non-governmental observers to the future panel are organized in constituencies through the mechanism of major groups and other stakeholders. Finally, we reiterate the importance of youth expertise inclusion in the future panel, capitalizing on their unique understanding of technology and societal norms. Their distinct perspective enriches discussions on chemical waste and pollution, fostering innovative approaches to address contemporary, cross-cutting challenges. Let us carry the spirit of collaboration and commitment forward, drawing inspiration from the best practices of existing science policy panels and learning from their shortcomings. Let's establish a panel that promotes inclusivity, diversity, and multi-stakeholder collaboration. Thank you for the floor.
As I learned a little Swahili, I would say karibu sana. You're welcome. I think we're almost at the end of our meeting, and so I would like to take this opportunity, first of all, before I forget this, to thank the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan for hosting us in this meeting, and also the government of Kenya to making the arrangements so the delegates could be here with us, as well as UNON and UNEP for making available all the meeting locations and making all other arrangements to have us run a smooth meeting. Of course, I also would like to thank the Secretariat, the whole team, and everybody behind for their continued dedication to provide support to us before the meeting, during the meeting, and I'm quite sure also after the meeting. In particular, the new principal coordinator that had to step in a bit halfway on a train that had gone running. And so thank you, Tessa, for all the work done. But as I said, the thanks is to the full team. And I also don't want to forget the interpreters and the conference services that have been providing a lot of support to us. So, but before we close, I would like to take the opportunity to share a few reflections. Now you have finalized the work for this meeting. First of all, I welcome that we now can work with a fully filled bureau, so to speak. We have a really great team, and I'm quite convinced that the collaborative spirit that we have within the bureau, that can help us to not only make sure that the regions are all represented when we try to provide guidance to the Secretariat to prepare, to make the necessary preparations for the meeting, but also that we can together work with a very positive, constructive, and collegial manner. And we already had, I think, a good example of that during this meeting. So I think that's really welcome, and also it allows us now to focus our minds and our discussions on the content and the work that we have ahead. You have just laid the foundations to fulfill the promise we have made to the world at UNEA in 2022 to come up with proposals to establish a panel that could bring science to policymakers at all levels to help them to prevent pollution and for the sound management of chemicals and waste. In your words, or maybe tentative words, for the protection of human health and the environment. I believe that the importance of this step should not be taken lightly, and that the objective can only be reached if we base our decisions, or that objective can only be reached if we base our decisions on the best available knowledge. The task is now upon to you to find a way to elevate science in decision-making processes so that it finds its way to enable action on the ground through policies at all levels, keeping in mind the impacts for valuable groups. The task that you have set yourself is not easy. There will be a lot of work to do. There will be a lot of reflections, a lot of discussions, and a lot of information to digest to prepare for our next session. But as long as we can engage with a constructive spirit, if we can respect each other, no matter our differences, if we can treat each other with respect, if we can agree that we can continue to move forward together and to build upon the agreements reached, if we can listen to each other and take into account the needs and concerns of others, if we can keep true to our mandate that was set out in the resolution, then we will be able to find the compromises that are needed to set the right foundations for the panel that could be meaningful for many. I wish you wisdom in your preparations, and I look forward to continue to work with you when we come back in Geneva, and I wish you all safe travels, and I would try, did I forget something? I was just reminded that I did forget someone. I would like to express also full thanks to all the co-facilitators that helped us guide through the discussions that we had this week. And even though I didn't speak it in the beginning, you were certainly in my mind, and apologies I didn't do that. But we are now at the close of this meeting. I wish you safe travels, and we will meet again next year. The meeting is now closed.